My lucky day.
I'm so sorry. You have to see me twice a day. What a disaster.
I'm
Sorry.
loving it. I wish I was seeing you more often, Professor Vina. So shall I start?
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Shall I start?
Whenever you are ready, Mark. Thank you.
Salamat siang and thank you and
Recording in progress.
thank you for being so kind of having me back and to start continuing our conversation and start sort of really looking at how those critical theories and those methodologies, how they are translated into childhood studies and into the thinking around children. And I quite like this this lecture that I created last year, because it sort of helps me also to think through some of the key ideas and thoughts. And I feel very sorry that Professor Vina has to listen to it again. But so please, if you have some other more important and pressing things, just leave the class with me. I can look after your students, and for sure we will have a fabulous discussions.
Thank you.
So the critical theories volume 2 is for me really looking at, so normally what I would do if I would have all the time in the world and will be with you, would be for you for the whole semester or so on, I would spend about 6 weeks just teasing out those theories that we discussed last week. And then I would be for 6 weeks teasing out some of those child constructs and childhood theories which are associated with them. But because we don't have, unfortunately, the time, and because of pandemic, borders are closed, we can't do tutorials and spend hours talking about these things. So I will try to provide some sort of a overview of snippets, some of the key ideas that you may later on pick up. I will be raising some what I call key thoughts in around it, and I will be raising key concerns which really speak to what I consider to be the most pressing issues, or some of the key concerns that really help us to move beyond developmentalism, or beyond just biological determination of a child. And then I will finish with some ideas around critical theories that we already discussed last week, but how they sort of translate into contemporary childhood thinking with some examples. So that's what I will try to do today. I'm not entirely sure if I will get through everything today, what I have here, but then you need to ask Professor Vina to invite me again next week or so, and for me to come and deliver another lecture if possible.
We would love to. Thank you.
So I would start with the thinking around the history of childhood. I always go back to history of childhood. And the reason for that is, and I'm not gonna, again, you will have the slides, so I'm not that concerned with spending too much time on those slides, just for you to have that content, is that it's that the idea that childhood would be something universal and the same across time and cultures and society has been challenged for some time. And the question, he writes quite beautifully in his book, History of Childhood, that we don't all agree when childhood begins, and is it conception, is it birth, and is it when does it stop? When we leave school, when we stop being dependent on our parents, when we are of age to be criminally responsible, to have sex, serve in armed forces, buy alcoholic drinks, drive a car. So very Western sort of outlook on what is childhood, but basically speaking about, so where is that kind of idea? Where does childhood start and where does it begin? It's not the same in every culture, in every country, and potentially it may differ from the urban Bandung and from the rural areas of Java or some other islands in Indonesia. I don't know, but I would assume there are different ideas around childhood. The other thing that's really interesting about this idea of childhood is that you may very clearly sort of some scholars really agree when childhood begins. They are less clear on when it ends, and that is because the policy that we are governed by really determines the way we live our life, and the state's influence of a state or of a government into children's lives is very, very important. And some scholars or some people argue, well, the childhood finishes when the child gets married, or the child finishes when the child stops being a student and starts earning money. So, and so on and so forth. So these are very important concerns that I think we could debate for a very long time, and it's something that potentially, if we would have a tutorial, we love to have tutorials in Western world, where we have a lecture where you listen, and we have a tutorial where you speak. And sort of in a tutorial, we would be discussing it for hours about, so what does it actually mean, and what it means for your growing up and for your culture, what for your experiences. And you may be asking all those questions yourself. And this is something very important that I would suggest that we should be all asking of our children and of our in early child education. We should try to understand what is their childhood and how does the childhood differs from being a child, from the biological idea of a child and the discursive, non-universal, changing across time, cultures and society notion of childhood. And it is something that's really critical in the role of early childhood teacher, to really pay attention not only to who is the child, but also what is childhood and how childhood can be negotiated. And that's a narrative that I often in all my work come back to, because there is an assumption that we all know what is childhood because we all had one in the past. And when someone asks you, what was your childhood? We all somehow know what the question means. But all of us would describe our experiences and navigate the ideas of very differently. So that's something that could be a very neat discussion in one of your courses. But in other words, and we sort of coming back to it again and again, is the idea that there's been particular shift and change in all those over the years into the idea of what is childhood. That means is that if we look at the Western world, we all moved away. We moved slowly through the idea of little adults. That means children being dressed and treated just like adults. From the sociological perspective, that the family structure was that the child is a child till they are dependent. The second they can walk, they can contribute, they become part of the family. And so the structure, family unit, was very different. There would be no agencies and no support systems for children specifically. Children wasn't associated with an industry. And it wasn't until late 19th century when there was cemented the idea of public, free and compulsory schooling that we really started to more understand who are children, what is their childhood. And it is 19th century and that kind of return to modern times, or to a kind of modernism that allowed us to think of children's clothing, children's pediatricians, children's stories and fairy tales, and so on and so forth. Because till that point, while there existed children's clothing and fairy tales and doctors they were all doctors for all people, for adults, and they also cured children. There weren't specified professions or specified economy associated with children. But now you know that if you go to a mall, to Paris Van Java or some other mall that I miss very much in Indonesia, in Bandung, there would be many stores that would be selling just children's clothing. The whole industry around that the whole patterns, the whole idea that children should have clothing with particular animals and so on, and fruit and vegetables and giraffes and so on. I mean, how many of us adults would put on a jumper with giraffe on it? I mean, I would love it. It sounds fantastic, but I'm not quite sure if my university would appreciate it. But what I'm trying to say is that the idea of childhood didn't exist in medieval times, and it's really important. Now, of course, Arias is talking about very much white Western childhood. Specifically, he's talking about Anglo-Saxon childhood, to be completely honest. But I think that in certain way, that idea that in Western society overall, the idea of childhood really didn't exist. Well, if you would go to indigenous society, and there is a question, of course, that I would be asking you as those coming from being born in Java or in Indonesia, to ask that question. So historically, what was the idea of childhood, and what's that kind of history of childhood and history of child relations in Indonesia? Because for example, in New Zealand, when you look at the traditional Maori indigenous population, the childhood has a very distinctive feeling that's really not the same as the Western view of a child. So it's really, really interesting. And currently, early child education in Aotearoa, New Zealand, has incorporated a lot of those traditional viewpoints on childhood and on children into our curriculum framework, into the way we're thinking about children, to acknowledge that people, places, and land, and to really understand what is sacred around children's body. For example, just to give you an idea, in New Zealand, teacher train. If you'll be trained to be a teacher here in New Zealand, one thing that you would learn very quickly is that children are not allowed to sit on the tables, and neither do adults. They're not allowed to put their bottom on a table. And we know a lot of people in America, they love it. They just walk in front of the class and they sit on a desk. Or adults are not allowed to walk over a child. That means you're not allowed to step over a child. You need to walk around the child. And these are some of the pedagogical sort of things that you do need to do as an adult, but they are all linked with the traditional Maori ways of thinking about childhood. So, for example, you don't put your bottom on a table, because table is where we serve food, and that's not very hygienic. We don't step over children's bodies or children's heads, because they are our taonga, they are our treasure, they are sacred, and we may hurt them by accidentally if we're crossing over them. We need to put child first and walk around them to bypass them. And similar ways that sort of speak to the idea of childhood. And you can see there's nothing like that in the Western idea of childhood, because Western idea of childhood is very much story of an exploitation and the idea of little adults. So that's just something for you potentially to pick up when you, at some point, you have opportunity to discuss or think about. So what is that Indonesian idea of a child and childhood historically, and what kind of thoughts or key components of tradition or thinking with some of the indigenous could influence or could potentially be important to discuss as they may speak to some mainstream ideas of pedagogies and influence curriculum. But there is something that I would say is everybody, and this is again very important when we're talking about critical theories, there is something that actually really matters. And these conventions on the rights of a child, I'm mentioning it every time and all the time I speak, because it's, despite all its flaws and all its imperfections, it is what it is, and it is what we have. We have a conventions on the rights of a child, and it's something here to protect children, to give children's agency, potentially give them rights. I'm not quite sure about the agency. I think that I would love to see how this gives children the agency rather than it gives children's agency. And it's something, it's an United Nations has developed and commissioned this through the Human Rights Commission, UNCROC, and it's fabulous to read. I mean, if you haven't read it, please do read it. There is a beautiful children's version of Amkrok that you can download for free from internet, which sort of trying to use child's language and images to explain rights to children, because it's a children's rights. It's great for adults to read them and use them and respect them. I absolutely agree. But at the same time, you can be only informed citizen if you are informed of your rights, and children are the citizens of the world, and we all agree to it. So, for example, if you look at Article 1 of the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of a Child, it defines a child or as a person who is under the age of 18, and that's regardless of gender, abilities, ethnicity, and so on, and that's really important. And it's really important that it's highlighted it's under the age of 18, because it frames it quite clearly. And we know there are some countries that sort of based upon the policies, they would sort of use 14, 15, 16 as the age that the Convention of the Right should stop working, and we should be using adult framework on a child and so on. So this is quite an important narrative, and I would really highly encourage you to do that. As a second point of this lecture, I would like to return a little bit back to the history, and I love philosophy. I do a lot of work in philosophy, and I think philosophy is really important. It really helps us to think with the concepts and constructs, and really helps us to understand contemporary pedagogies and the way we think about children and childhoods and curriculum. And as I said, if you look at the history, there are different constructs of childhood or children, and I often tend to think of it as an evil, rational, and free child, and I will explain in a second what I mean. But I would like to draw your attention on that painting on the right, which shows children who are miniature adults. And you can see when I mean miniature adults, because they are dressed like adults. They look like a puppies that you dress up in the clothes, because you just can see that it doesn't belong on them, but it's just adults' clothing that just make smaller. And that was part of the narrative. The story of childhood and of thinking about why particular theories and things matter are very much linked with the discourses that are associated with those time period. And one of the most important discourses is the Puritan discourse, where the children are considered as potentially evil or wicked. And you can thank Christianity for that, because they have their clear idea around that Adam and Eve and all humans were born sinful, and so they talk about original sin, so including children. In those times, persistent crying or failure to thrive of a child, they were manifestations of a devil. And Lloyd de Mouse, who is a famous historian of childhood, he was even saying baptism was used to include actual exorcism of a devil, which is quite interesting. And similarly, in the time, then you can look a little bit further and you can think about the idealized childhood or romantic childhood. And again, look at the art, look at the paintings, look at the literature of the time, and you will understand why we're talking about Puritan discourse and why we're talking about romantic age and romanticized childhood, those dreamy pictures of those beautiful, very different narratives. And in all of that time, what we get is, and I quite like that, is to think with philosophy. And I like to always start with Thomas Hobbes, who sort of think of a child as a savage beast. That means is Hobbes, similar to the Puritans, is famous for he believed that everybody's innately evil and children are born unruly, and it was the parents and adults and teachers sort of responsibility, and they work to constrain them and to discipline them and tame them. And what he argued is that we really require a social contract and an organized societal authority to tame them, or at least keep them in check. That savage beast in us all. So in other words, we do need to have institutions like schools to sort of really discipline the children. And I'm often thinking, if you think of those savage beasts, and I'm thinking as a former early childhood teacher, and often I hear parents or even teachers refer to children as devilish or a monster or little beasts, and I know it means in a good way, that it's not meant in a Hobbesian way or in a Puritan discourse way, but I always wonder how little understanding those people have that they're actually reiterating the same discourse and the same narratives as Hobbes had back in 16th century when they're saying that kind of innate evil that sort of children carry with them and how we need to support them. So that's Hobbes' idea of that kind of evil childhood. And then you have John Locke. Now, John Locke is much more famous than Thomas Hobbes for a number of reasons, because not only he is the father of classical liberalism, but also because he brought us the theory of mind concept. And who hasn't heard of tabula rasa, blank slate idea, that kind of epistemological thesis that we're born without nothing, blank. So that kind of we need to develop that built-in mental content and that knowledge that comes all from our experience and perception as we live in the world. And what a difference to Thomas Hobbes, who would tell you were born as an evil. And those things, he has this fabulous, I love his work. I'm not agreeing with him, but I really like reading his work. And he saying often in his text, Theory of Mind, that an ignorant, shameless, undisciplined child represents the failure of the adults, not of the child. What a fabulous thing and refreshing thing to read after Thomas Hobbes, who blamed basically all children for being evil. Suddenly we're saying, no, it's not a child. Child is born with a blank slate of mind. It's that it's really the failure of adults if they were not able to provide a good experiences. And it's really sort of links to Freudian thinking here. And so a lot of people would pick up on it in 20th century. Guilt in parents in a lot of ways. That means is that if as a parent your child is not thriving and you're not or something is happening, you feel guilty that what have I done? Have I given enough time to my children? Have I done enough? Have I support? All this kind of self-doubting questions that each parents have, and I do have them for sure. It's something that really John Locke has enabled us to have. So, but at the same time, there is something important about John Locke, because he was really calling for attention to children and attention to parenting, and in a certain way he managed to get children as a national priority, if you would like. So saying that suddenly that, hold on, children are not just adults in waiting or miniature adults. There is something else going on, and we need to be very careful what's happening. The last philosopher that I want to sort of present to you as a final, those top three that I think are the most important, is Jean-Jacques Rousseau from France. And he argues the complete opposite to John Locke. Despite they were almost, he was a little bit later, but they really connected in a certain way with each other's thinking. He argued that children were inherently good, but become corrupted by the evils of society in his famous books, Emile and Sophie, then as well, on education of a boy and education of a girl. What a bizarre thing to say, I have to say, but anyway, it go all the way from the idea that children are a blank slate and they come as nothing, no imprints, no ideas, all the way to the children are born as good and we corrupt them. Society corrupts them. There is children come from nature, and nature is perfect. Nature is beautiful. Nature is romantic. Here you get the whole romantic discourse, obviously. And he's seen the child as an absolute pure, natural, innocent human being, and we really can blame him for a lot of discourses that we have at the moment. Because when you think of childhood, you think of that, oh, wasn't that the time when everything was simple and the time of innocence and, just not aware of anything, being just free and enjoying the life, and then it came and everything was ruined. And as adults, we tend to look at childhood and romanticize it back and thinking, yeah, and what we really need is to bring children back to nature, because nature is good, but that city life and that urban life that's just polluted and not healthy. But if we take child to nature, that's really good. So all those ideas, I mean, and we could spend hours contesting them, are part of that Rousseauian thinking. And not surprisingly, out of Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau, it was Rousseau who really influenced some of the, what I would say, better thinkers and in early child education, such as Froebel, Montessori, Piaget. I mean, I know that a lot of you would say, but Piaget, isn't he the developmental man? I said, yeah, he is, but he's also a very good philosopher. And it's some of his ideas that were sort of utilized for stages of development. But Piaget himself was a real intellectual and great philosopher. But if you think of now that Rousseau, what an amazing man, what a great ideas, really seeing the children for who they are, really wanting to, I mean, this is something that early child education should really pick up. I just have to warn you about one thing, and it is that he certainly was very good at lecturing about this, but he put all his children into orphanage because he didn't really want to look after them. He's been really, really difficult and man with his demons, so to speak. So not everything is as clear-cut as it may seem. And here we come to key thoughts that I would like to address. And some of these key thoughts are really, really important, and some of them are sort of trying to clarify some of the issues. So first, key thought what I have about childhood studies, as opposed to early child education, is that in early child education, we tend to really focus on a child in early childhood center or in kindergarten with associated pedagogies, curriculum, policies, ideologies, and so on. While the childhood studies are looking at broader at the children's life, both inside and outside of education, and we're trying to look at not only at science of pedagogy and science of curriculum, but also tries to really consider philosophy, sociology, anthropology, architecture, all the things that sort of critical psychology, really trying to look at from broader perspective, what actually makes child and what is childhood, rather than just consider teaching about particular practices that allows us to be the best possible teachers. And I would argue that childhood studies, what they allow you to do to really understand children and understand the broader scope of ideas associated with childhood. And what's for me is also very important, and this is not a criticism of early child education, because early child education, when it's done well, it's done really well, and it's fantastic. And I teach early child education as well. But there is something about early child education that sooner or later, especially in Western countries, and Indonesia is different, but we're very much governed by policies and by certification practices. So our curriculum becomes really constrained about what we can and can't teach, because there is not that much space to move in order to meet all the criteria that are set by our Teachers' Council. Childhood studies allow us that freedom to really think more broadly about child's education and really, for example, consider, as I'm doing now with a colleague of mine, for example, architecture of early childhood centers and what does, room setups, but also the physiology of the room and the light that's coming in and how healthy it is and the sound and noise in early childhood education, all those other things that are all influencing the working conditions and the way that children are developing, but traditionally wouldn't be covered by early child education. Or we can just think about hybridity and the materialism and discursive practices that really it's quite difficult, and we will be talking about it later on, but it's quite difficult to address really just in pure teacher education, so to speak. So, and the third point why it really matters is because the early childhood education is centralized and governed like it is, especially in the Western world. Now, I don't want to make any assumptions about Indonesia. Childhood studies allows for us to combine the scholarship and activism. And it's really important because I want my students that I teach childhood studies, I want them to be the new generation of activists who, when they notice a problem, they will be able to assess that problem, research that problem, consider it, and raise it with appropriate agency and argue for a change. And that's what I would call a really good activism. I know that I have some colleagues who are hardcore old school activists. So for them, unless there is a marching down the Queen Street in a city, it's not a real activism. You need to actually be protesting in the streets. But I would say that the activism takes a very different shapes and forms. And I'll give you an example as part of, for example, my course that I teach here in New Zealand. I ask students, as in one assignment, to identify an issue that they think is really pressing for children in Auckland or in New Zealand per se. And some may say nutrition, some may say it's a safety, road safety. Some may say it's an ideas around pedagogies and not being able to climb the trees because it's dangerous and there's a policy against it, or on and on, any kind of issue they may think, and they come up with a number of different issues. And then I ask them to write a letter to an agency. And it's not just a letter, emotional letter, it's the actual letter where they need to argue with literature and with references for their argument, why they want to change and what kind of change they would like to have. And I also make them to send it, actually. And we managed to do some small changes. But the point is that you have a power to actually make changes in and that's the power of critical theory for me. It's not only that it's a theory, it's for me, it's very much praxis, something that Paulo Freire, who, as we say, it's 100 years since he was born, was very much about. He didn't want to take any freedom for granted or the idea of particular right. He said that you need to constantly work on it. You can't just take it, and you need to be able to cultivate it and to use it. And the same way I think that childhood studies helps us to do it. Now, I try to also merge boundaries between childhood studies and early childhood education in my teaching, but I guess the point is that there is this amazing opportunity for early childhood teachers to take those critical theories and those ideas and really utilize them in their life. It's not just something on paper. It's not just something on a slide. It's actually something that's so strong and so powerful in being able to use. So that's a key thought number one. I'm doing really good, Ibuvina, because it's 8:40 almost, and I'm about 15% through my lecture. I'm really sorry about that. I always get so excited about some of these things. I may need to come next week again.
Yes, we can do it if it is too late for you. If you don't mind, we can.
Oh, no. What I'm trying to say is that it would be I would like to come again, if possible. I'm always available to come and continue talking with your students if they find it useful. Of course, if it's just a drag, we don't want to do that. So that's a key thought number one. Key thought number two is something that I already talked about. That's what I mean by that. If childhood is this modern construct that we haven't had before. You don't find it in the literature. You don't find it in if you go 1,000 years back. You don't find it in the Western literature. And currently, childhood has become massive business, to speak completely openly and freely. There is so many players that wants to make money of children and childhood. And now I'm not talking about your small local early childhood center that has opened up around the corner and where the owners have the best intention and wants to make some living and you pay fees for education. I'm talking about the industries associated with producing particular toys, particular clothing, particular even drugs to medicate young children. I'm talking about things that young moms supposed to own in order to be good parents for the children, all the way from the latest breast pumps to all the Bungello and all the rings and everything that you need for children, all the special 17 times merino clothes, burp cloths, and everything else that you apparently need in order to be a good parent and for your children to thrive. And this market, this babyhood, as I would call it, and I call it babyhood not because I try to be developmentally appropriate, but because I do believe that the idea of babyhood is a really economical concept that's really helping us to locate suddenly the baby at the center of all attention. Now, many of you may be too young to remember fabulous band called Nirvana in 90s, and they had this, and it's just 30 years from one of their albums called In Utero that was released, and it has this famous picture of a baby in a swimming pool that swims after a banknote that's in a pool. I don't know if anybody's seen it. It's a fabulous photograph, and it sort of showcases that kind of Western commodity-driven materialism that really showcases that even young babies are chasing after a dollar note. So this is something that's really important, that babyhood and childhood is a modern construct, and it wasn't like that before. And I would have to also argue that it's a Western construct, and I'm really interested to hear from you what it looks like in Indonesia. So that's a key thought number 2, that it may not be relevant to Indonesia or to potentially some other countries. Key thought number 3, children are often portrayed in policy as vulnerable and innocent. And that is something that's been really, really concerning. And you may think why it is concerning, because if you think of Rousseau and his thinking, you get the idea of innocent vulnerability. If you think that someone should be protected and is pure and natural, the adults can only spoil him, and there may be only something that may go really wrong. And if you see child as vulnerable and innocent, you also in certain way creating a culture that you as an adult, you're supposed to protect them. You're supposed to do things for them. You're supposed to, they don't know better. You choose for them. Those young children, they don't know which subjects to choose. They don't know if they should play piano or violin. They don't know which socks they should put on. And they don't know if they want to play in the rain outside or do a messy play somewhere in a sandpit. You as an adult know better what it means, because you're a rational being who makes a full decision around the consequences that are associated with that. And that remove their agency, they remove children's power, and they remove children's decision making. And here is for me a critical theory in action, really, because if you, with your best intentions that you have, to think of child as a vulnerable, innocent, what if something is going to happen to the child? The child is just a pure, angelic, innocent human being. We can't have them be in that position. We actually are, breaching children's rights. Article 12, United Nations Conventions on the Rights of a Child, claims that children should be consulted and listened to, and their voices should be taken seriously. Now, the question is, how many times do we consult children? How many times are we listening to a child? And how many times are we taking their voices seriously when we're working, for example, with young children in early childhood settings, or we as a parents, we are doing? We know better where we need to go. We do understand the curriculum that we need to fulfill. We have the pedagogical knowledge. So how can we consult and listen to their voices, and how can we take them seriously? Now, I would like to stop here for a second because I think it's really important to discuss this further, not to just gloss over this idea. Because often I'm asked, so what does it actually mean? So does it mean that to take voices seriously? Well, it doesn't mean that we should structure our early childhood center or our kindergarten in a way that children want to, because that's the right theoretical approach, or that's the way how would really enable them and provide them with agency and power. And I would say definitely not. And I'm the first one as a ex-teacher and parent who would say, if there is a tantrum coming, give me an iPad and I will save a child from and let them watch for 5 minutes Thomas the Tank Engine. But here I think the idea about the voices being taken seriously means that you are listening to those voices. And when you are listening, the question is, are you actually hearing them? It's the active listening that you need to do with children, and acknowledging how they feel, that you understand, is often more important than giving child what they say they really want. So, for example, when my child really wants, so we have a very limited screen time for our children. It's a long story, and but my child really wants to watch a favorite songs or something on an iPad, and I feel that there's already been enough screen time, and I think the child will benefit from doing something else. I'm having a very adult conversation with my 3-year-old, and I explain to him, and I hug him, and he cries, he has a tantrum, and I hold him, and I explain to him, I know how you feel, I'm really sorry. I know that's really hard. You really want to watch that. And I explained to him, this is why not. And he's upset, but he then calms down because he understands, he appreciates, even at the age of 3 years, that he's being listened to, that his wishes are considered. They are not just told that this is how it is and you're doing this. It's the taking time for us as a teachers and us as a parents to take the time and engage with the inner child and listen to their voice and take them seriously and think why that really matters for the child and what can we do is more important than to just subjugating to those wishes and just following them. Because I often think that if you do the other thing and you always follow that child's voice, you may also get into particular issues where you then flip the power balance. And as I think it was Sue Saltmarsh who wrote that fabulous article about 15 years ago, Who is the Boss? And she was asking in early child education, who has all the power actually? I think she meant it as a provocation, but it sometimes can happen. So that's a key thought number 3. Key thought number 4. Through a childhood studies lens, children and adults are not seen as a binary opposites, but as a human subjects that interact with the world in particular ways, that pursue the well-being for all inhabitants of the planet, including other than human subjects and objects. This is a really important key thought. What it means is that children and adults, as we try to explain, it's not a direct opposite. And we talked about it before, but I think it's always important to remember. Being a child doesn't mean the opposite of being the adult. Being a child or children means that you are ontologically complete human being. You are not ontologically incomplete. You are not, adult in waiting. You interact with the world on your own terms. You interact with the world with your own feelings, all ideas, what should happen. You have a very clear thinking about what's right and what's wrong, and it's absolutely correct to have those. And it's very important that it's linked with the more global thinking around where we're living. And I think one of the things which this key thought relates to is that traditionally we thought that adults are responsible for everything and children are not. And I'm not saying that children are responsible, but I'm saying children show us what we should be responsible for. And I think we had a lot of examples in the past couple of years from Greta Thunberg in Sweden, really leading the way for teachers and children about how to care about the planet and how to think about children and childhood and future generation. From the children here, for example, in New Zealand, in kindergartens that are doing marches in the streets and picking up rubbish and really caring about their environment and caring about the animals and caring about stones and materials and in a way that we as adults we wouldn't consider to be that important because we have that bigger issues to deal with. There is an economy, we need to earn salary, we need to cook dinner, we need to make sure that we pay the rent and everything else. But for children, there is something about their understanding of the world where their sensory making of the world and are purposefully using those kind of idea that through their senses they feel, they understand the world, they touch the objects, they utilize the equipment, they use natural environment in a very particular way that allows them to be really part of that whole planet rather than using the planet and using its resources to that kind of pyramid where the human being is on the top. I'm not sure it makes sense, but we will come back to it later on. So these key thoughts lead me to some of the key concerns. And those concerns that I have are some of them that are already outlined, that that what it means to be a human. It's a question that we've been asking in education for past 10, 15 years. Does it mean that you as a human, you are on your own as a teacher and you are questioning yourself and you are a reflective teacher? That means you are reflecting and you have the idea that you can know yourself and you have all the knowledge in the world? Or is the idea that you are part of something much bigger, part of the world and part of the environment and part of that kind of whole movement, and where you are able to really understand that how to navigate this world? And I particularly put there a couple of other sort of points that all relate to that idea that child is not fully human. And if we keep on considering child is not fully human, we're running into a deep, deep trouble in our education system. I think a lot of and I've been thinking about it quite a lot, because a lot of times I get asked about curriculum and we do lovers curriculum and pedagogical work. And I often think, what is it about the most developed countries, economically or whatever, in the world, have some of the most appalling curriculum practices? And I keep on, well, it's not a question of resources. It's not a question how much money is being spent on the development. It's very much a philosophical issue. It's a issue of what kind of theories we utilize to really guide our thinking. And I'm often thinking that it is, as a sort of baseline, is being used. The child is not fully human, and it's our role as adults to educate the child. And there is nothing under no circumstances that we can learn from a child. And this is, I think, where indigenous culture and Indonesia as well can really help us to understand some of those practices that may potentially challenge those developmental sort of toxic waste theory that sort of we distributed around the world for past 50 years, and to really challenge the thinking. Because in, for example, Maori, New Zealand education system, the system called ACO, that means teacher is teaching the child. So the child is learning from a teacher, but also the teacher is learning from a child equally. So there is that reciprocal learning. And the child is not some passive recipient of the knowledge, but the child is an active participant, which is not that unusual, even in the current. But child is also competent and confident learner, and that's that kind of assumption that's where they should become. They the ones who can really navigate without help, without being protected, without feeling vulnerable, or without being innocent. They are okay to be cheeky. They're okay to do things that challenge the status quo of the education. So that's something that so the child is not fully human. I think it's one of the foundational issues that curricula around the world and are facing, and where the critical theory can really contribute to our thinking, especially if you're thinking of what kind of theories we discussed last week. They may be very, very helpful to help us navigate this. Second point, second concern, child bodies under scientific scrutiny. I think this is just fantastic because children's bodies, there was always so much hoo-ha around children's bodies and researching them, weighting them, measuring them, observing them. Fatigue was studied on them, on interest, imaginings, religious ideas, fetishes, attitudes to adults, to drawings, dolls, how children lie, their fibs, ideas, for us to research them as an object and to find out, so what do children do? How do they think? How do they act? Like they are some foreign, some alien, someone who is not part of us. Well, till someone says, well, but actually we were all one children. It's not like it's something foreign to us. It is part of who we are. And I think that part of the scientific developmental approach that, Jean Piaget sort of had, it's been in a lot of ways used and utilized in the early part of 20th century, and then later on we saw it as a really hardcore, DAP developmentalism in the second half of 20th century, and it's really shocking to tell you, but 2021, if you think of Piaget, nearly 100 something years, 20 years, are still central to the way we monitor children. We still evaluate child as a normal and abnormal, which is pretty much the way Piaget was looking at what's mainstream and what's outside of mainstream, and what kind of experiences children have in schooling and other institutions, and are they behaving, and are they normal children, or are they those that need particular needs? And as a final thing, for today, and as I said before we start discussion, because it's almost 9 o'clock, Ibovina, please think very, very seriously whether you would like to invite me again, and I'm happy to continue some of these conversations if they are, or thoughts if they are useful. But I would like to finish with a video clip and with something you listened to me for some time, and this is linked to what I just talked about. It's a great video that talks about why are babies unsmart, and I will play it.
Neonatal intelligence battery, trial 17, hour 4. Let's just get on with this. Okay, just gonna solve for X. Looking for more numbers. We'll get back to that one later. Okay, we're just going to start my watch. Unorthodox. It is challenging. We're at 47 minutes. Well, if that's how you're going to play, then fine. What is the relationship between these two objects? And he's eating it. You can't cheat. Yep. For that. Okay, this time. Can you spell the two? Can you spell P? That is incorrect.
Hey, smart people, Joe here. The first thing a baby giraffe experiences after being born is a 2-meter fall straight down to the ground. But within an hour, it's standing, walking, and nursing on its own. And a blue whale calf, after nearly a year growing inside mom, can swim to the surface moments after being born. Human babies, on the other hand, or eat on our own, we can't communicate or fully sense our world, and we leak everywhere. If humans are so smart, why are our babies so unsmart? Human babies begin life so undeveloped that many people refer to a baby's first few months of life as the 4th trimester. Compared to other animals, we lie on the altricial end of the spectrum. Compare that with, say, a baby cow, a precocial animal whose brain and body is developed enough that they can stand and run just moments after being born. Tiny humans require a ton of parental care before we're ready to be on our own. Our parents not only grow us for 9 months or so, they carry us, they feed us, they keep us from dying, and they teach us how to provide for ourselves for 15, 18 years. Heck, these days, even over 30 isn't unheard of. It's actually totally normal. Ma, I'm shooting a video down here. Start over. Edit this. That's because, well, our brains come out half-cooked at best. When we're born, our brain is around 30% the size of our adult brain. That's the smallest of all of our primate relatives. So why does our smart species have such small-brained babies? Well, for a long time, scientists' best answer to that question was the obstetric dilemma. Basically, our brains come out as big as they physically can be. The obstetric dilemma goes like this. If our brains were any bigger at birth, they wouldn't fit out the birth canal. And if female pelvises were any wider, they would make walking and running less efficient, which might not affect your life that much, but it would have made it easier for our ancestors to become dinner, which means no babies, which means no you or me. So here, natural selection found a compromise. Mom's pelvis stays narrow enough to walk and run, and babies are born earlier so their noggins don't get stuck. It's a pretty logical idea, but it doesn't hold water. Male and female bodies do have significant anatomical differences, but research has found that wider or roomier pelvises don't make walking and running, aka locomotion, less efficient. And some women already have pelvic openings wide enough to fit bigger heads and brains. Not every woman does, but if there was strong pressure from natural selection for roomier pelvises, they'd have become more common. So pelvis size isn't why our babies come out half-baked. The real answer might have more to do with metabolism. The bigger a developing baby gets, the more it demands from mom. I mean, women grow a completely new organ, the placenta, not to mention a complete human being inside their bodies. And that takes energy. It might be that mom's ability to provide enough energy for growing baby determines when baby is born. Humans and all other animals have what's called a basal metabolic rate. It's how much energy we burn when we're not doing anything else. A Tour de France cyclist at peak human performance can hit maybe 4 or 5 times their base metabolism. But most of us normal humans, we max out at around 2 times our basal rate. We just can't run our biological engine any higher for very long. It's like overclocking a CPU. There's just a physical limit to how much extra energy we can create. For the last third of a pregnancy and even into nursing, a mother is at the limit, burning twice as much energy as before baby. 9 months happens to be right about the time a growing baby starts to demand more energy than mom can provide. So it's born. It's called the egg hypothesis, or energetics of gestation and fetal growth. But I like egg. Even energy and metabolism might not be the full answer. It could be that how helpless our babies are when they're born has had a big influence on what happens after they're born. Now, how self-sufficient an animal's young are at birth can be determined by a lot of things. If they have to run from predators, if their parents are quickly on the move, or if their egg just had enough nutrients to hatch big. But having helpless babies and helping them get smarter might have forced ancient human parents to get smarter too. It's a pretty cool theory, and it works like this. When we look at human ancestors, it's clear that natural selection favored humans with larger brains because they tended to be smarter. But human babies' brains are already born as big as they can be because of the whole energy thing. So the only way to make a bigger brain is for the brain to spend more time growing after you're born. That requires longer parental care, which requires more intelligent parents, which over time selects for parents with bigger brains. It's a feedback loop. The more intelligent the parents, the better and longer they can care for a little helpless baby, and the bigger the baby's brain can eventually grow. Research tells us that modern human brains don't finish developing until about age 25, which means I have been past my peak for a while, but it supports this idea that intelligent parents caring for their children for longer have helped extend the amount of time that our brains get to grow before they're done. More intelligence probably made early human ancestors more social too, which made raising helpless young even easier, which would start a whole other feedback loop, making us more and more social over time. And these aren't the kinds of things you'd notice in a generation or two. They'd evolve across hundreds of generations. There are definitely other reasons that our ancestors' brains grew. Making tools and hunting animals, that helped a lot. Harnessing fire and cooking food to get more calories and nutrients helped too. But ask any parent, it is not easy to raise a helpless baby, especially for a decade or two like humans do. It takes our unique intelligence and our unique social abilities to do it. I mean, you give a human baby to a group of chimpanzees, it's not going to end well. In the end, like all interesting and complex human traits, our extreme intelligence and our baby's relative lack thereof can't be explained by just one reason. It's a mix of many reasons. Having a baby is not an easy thing to do, but the very fact that humans are so good at having more humans and caring for them and each other as deeply and for as long as we do is proof enough that we're a very special species indeed.
Right. And that's today's lecture that I want to give you. The reason why I showed the video before we open up for conversation, I'm sorry, Bovina, I sort of taken over, is for three reasons I wanted to like. While the video is fantastic, and I love showing it because it showcases how science is helpless at providing us with an explanation of what happens. A lot of theories, great theories, really interesting, a lot of investment into science, but at the end, what we end up is the concerns that I talked about. And if you just look at the narrative, with the best intention, talks about child as a helpless, constantly as a helpless, as in need of a protection, child as a non-contributor to its own development, to its own being. Constantly, child is lacking something, and parents need to provide it, needs the protection, needs, and most importantly, it completely removes any kind of idea that there is actually something that that happens during those child's life. It's everything is sort of biologically determined, and that's what critical theories are trying to really contest in childhood studies, and saying that actually there are multiple other things that really, really do matter. And so that would be where I wanted to end today, because I think it's a good place to open up discussion, because I do understand how seductive those biological theories are. They are clever. They are really convincing in certain way that they make sense, and they're easy to sort of accept them and to believe them, and not to think that while really working with a child and working with the ideas of a childhood studies of power, agency, and participation, and children's rights, education that's not top down, but it's sort of bottom up. Those are very complex and difficult issues and things. So I want to really applaud you again for being and wanting to be involved in education, and because the difference that you make is really important. And I just thought that to open up now conversation with you, and I would love to this time around maybe for you to say, how do you see your education system? What kind of ideas you think that childhoods in Indonesia are bringing to the theory and to the overall idea, or could bring, and also some of your thoughts on this whole children's rights and child-centered agency and pedagogy. So that's from me. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Professor Tessar. I think it's a very rich lecture and also very interesting. A lot of things needs to be unpacked. I'm sure students already have a lot of questions. So forgive me, I'm switching to Indonesian now. Ya, silakan Ibu Bapak semua. Tadi Profesor Mark Tessar menyajikan pembahasan yang cukup filosofis ya mengenai konsep anak dan masa kanak-kanak yang barangkali dipengaruhi oleh berbagai hal. Silakan kalau ada yang mau ditanyakan atau mungkin ingin mengomentari gitu ya dalam bahasa Indonesia, dalam bahasa Inggris juga silakan. Nanti saya akan terjemahkan. Silakan teman-teman.
Everybody's stunned.
No, I think they're trying to digest the information. Yeah, Alpha, do you want to say something? It seems like you want to say something, Alpha.
Please don't feel forced to ask any questions. As a student, I didn't like it to be forced to ask questions, but I was just thinking I would. Maybe if there is no question, I would like to add something, and that is that I want to, I hope to see you again in the lecture and to continue this thinking and taking these critical theories further. But I think there is something that the critical theories can really do, and how they can translate this idea of child. And I keep on thinking of Mindy Blaze and of her work when she was living in Hong Kong. And I used to be I am, but I mean but at the time her research was really really important to me, because it showed me something that I haven't really thought about, and make these connections that really brought the links between childhood, children, animals, colonialism, ideology, and everything what was happening. And I'll just tell you a story. Maybe it will somewhat resonate with what's happening in Indonesia. And she was describing these ideas of walking through Hong Kong and seeing what she called the dog's playground. So there would be playground for children, and then she would walk around the corner and there would be playground just for dogs. Well, people would take dogs and the dogs would play there, and they would be there with the prams, and the dog would be inside the pram, and the dog would be like a human baby and treated like a human baby. And they would be there. When she would look closer, she would see it's actually not the owners of those dogs who are there at the dogs' playgrounds. They are the domestic workers. They are there from Indonesia, from Philippines, from Malaysia, from different other countries. They are there in Hong Kong, busy, rich people who are, or just people who are working and who have a domestic worker who is looking after the dog as for a child. And so she would come and have a look inside the pram, thinks, oh, it's a baby. Oh, it's not a baby, it's a dog there. And then she would be wondering, so at the moment, in the past, we used animals and exploited animals to pull carriages where people would be sitting. And then, now fast forward 100 years, and it's humans pushing prams with dogs inside them. But it's not the owners, it's the domestic workers in them. And she would make all those exemplars between childhood and the world and the colonialism and the class and what actually is happening in this world. And on this example, you can then unpack it and really translate it into how we think of education system and who are the teachers and what is their role in the whole narrative and what we're doing and then Mindy Blythe would even further translate it into the ideas around air and air quality. She would be saying how only people who are rich can afford the air-conditioned, cleaned air and the different classes you go and in different schools and centers you're going, you have a different filters and different quality of air. So in other words, I guess what I'm saying is that critical theory, that struggle that's being discussed in that critical theory, that the childhood studies approach is putting child at the center of the inquiry and thinking about broader than just human, is actually something that is extremely relevant, and you can translate it in those realities. And I keep on thinking of Indonesia at the time, and when I visited international school, and next day I visited local school, and I saw the difference in resourcing and the difference in opportunities. So I'm not quite sure if it makes any sense, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that critical theories and childhood studies approach are very much based in reality. They are not just some high-level thoughts that exist up there, and it's actually something very livable, and that's why last week we talked about, and I want to make sure that you know there is a Marx, there is a Freire, there is an Illich, there are all those people who made that kind of real struggle in that education, and they devoted, because that struggle then trickles down and translates into what's happening in early childhood level and in early childhood education.
Thank you so much, Mark. I think your points about that critical childhood studies is really relevant, and it's actually something that happening surrounding us. I think it's very important, because I often receive a question, why do we need to teach critical theories to early childhood education teacher, especially when I'm teaching this subject into undergraduate degree. Sometimes there are not much question at the master level, but when I'm teaching in undergraduate degree, I receive this kind of comments. It seems like, I don't know where's this issue. There is this gap between our understanding about children in childhood and what the teachers are actually needing. I think that's also another issue that needs to be unpacked.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I can see that there is a question about tabula rasa, whether tabula rasa is permanent. Am I understanding Bahasa correctly?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. I can now be make honorary lecturer at your university. I think what it's saying is that. Let me read it. I think what it's saying is that that there is a concept of tabula rasa, and so it becomes then if that experience from the environment happens, if it stays permanent in child's mind, or if it can be changed, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That's a very interesting and very good question, and I think that reminds me always that I need to be very clear when I talk about these philosophical concepts and theories as tabula rasa or the nature in the sense of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, or the Puritan evil in Thomas Hobbes's philosophy. These are concepts. So the reason why I sort of say them at the beginning is that they sort of paint that kind of big ideas that sort of stays with people over generations, and then they are later on utilized in various theoretical frameworks and curricula and pedagogical approaches. So the question on tabula rasa, well, John Locke would have particular opinion that no one really takes seriously anymore because, he's been 500 years and he's dead. But also because simply no one really thinks that he's correct. People think that he provided a very interesting provocation that really helps us to think about that what happens if you take Hobbes's approach, John Locke's approach, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau's approach, and you put them all together as a spectrum, because they are fairly contradicting each other. And if you take them as all together, it provides you with quite a picture that in various combinations and ways, it influences how we look and educate children at the moment. So yes, there is a lot about the work of environment and how environment and education and early experiences influence child. And there is a lot of work that's been done in behavioral science, for example, that talks about how the early imprint is really permanent, and talks about what they call you may have had it in some developmental psych course, talking about, I think it's called critical period or sensitive period, where if you learn something at that stage, that stays with you forever and it's never forgotten. Like, for example, Konrad Lorenz, he was a famous German behaviorist who was, I think he was studying some birds, I think geese or something. Anyway, and he sort of discovered that there's a moment in the life of a young goose, of a baby goose, is when they look at an animal. It doesn't matter if it's pig, if it's dog, or if it's a goose. They will believe that that's the mother who they need to follow, and that imprint happens, and that image will never change. That's what they argued. And we know that the early experiences are really important. We know that there is a lot of research, and we as early child teachers, we know that first 1,000 days, or whatever we want to call it, first 1,000 days, often it's sort of that kind of rhetoric that's being used. But what I would call is, I translate first 1,000 days into early child education, and the first 3 years or 3 to 5 years of life really matters. And it really matters what kind of love and care and experiences and how we educate child. It really matters. Is it some kind of imprint that will never change? Well, who knows? Maybe for some yes, for some not. But what really matters is that good and high quality parenting and early childhood education. Now you can stop me and consult with me for days what high quality may mean and what it is. But I guess what I'm saying is that really makes a difference and makes a difference in children's lives. I can give you an example of further of that, and it is that in New Zealand, for example, we spent for years chasing up what we call a participation goal. So the idea was that we wanted the highest possible percentage of our children being part of early childhood education. So it was a participation goal. And the participation goal was set by government. And they would self-congratulate themselves each year if they would reach 90%, 92%, 94% of children being enrolled. But there would be no conversation around the quality of those experiences, or the idea is what's happening in those early childhood centers, whether the funding is happening. But the idea that they are going there and enrolled was really important, because the more children are going, the better. The idea of more, that capitalist idea of a number, giving everything a number, a target, a KPI, is really, really important. So, so that's sort of in roundabout way I'm answering your question. Is tabula rasa permanent if those experiences happen? Well, no, necessarily, but it doesn't actually matter if they are. What actually really matters is that each child will get the highest possible quality education, experiences, love, care, opportunities to develop. The teachers will have high quality education. They will understand the pedagogies. They will know the latest research in the area, what actually, and being a teacher is very difficult, because one side is that educational, pedagogical curriculum one. The other is really actually understand that how you actually hold the baby, for example. I mean, I know it sounds really silly, but I think it actually really matters. And then there are all those other practices that I talked about that are indigenous practices, for example, like how you don't cross over a baby or so on, because it may endanger the child. So in roundabout way, no, but I think it really matters. I think early experiences are really important, and for sure the World Bank tells us so, and all the other funding institutions, they will make sure that we know that that first 1,000 days of a child are critical. We know that nutrition is really important. We know that so then we know that interaction, and we know that, I mean, those of you who are parents and those of you who work with infants and toddlers in centers or work with them, you know very well how rewarding it is for an adult after those first couple of months, when the baby smiles for the first time back at you, when they sort of and you want to think it's not just bloody Bandura's imitation theory. You want to think they really believe that they are smiling at you, not because you're smiling at them, but because they really love you and they smile at you. And that's such a rewarding mechanism that I think melts every teacher's and every parent's heart, that kind of first smile that appears. And you want to think that, what would you do with such a smile? You would want to encourage that smile. You want to support that smile. You want to make sure that the child thrives and is happy and is content, is developing well. And I think that's for me, the tabula rasa really matters. So, because once the child starts smiling, it won't unsmile, if you know what I mean. So once that kind of whatever it is, whether it's a learned experience or it's something that's coming through some form of, it sort of appears at some stage. And we all know as a parents or teachers that when it appears, and there is no way back once you let that genie out of the bottle. It's like when you start walking or crawling, you won't go back in that development. So there is that idea of development that sort of is, you can't argue that it doesn't go backwards, but it doesn't go normally. My child beat it all the milestones, so he's late with everything. And he definitely doesn't have a developmental delay or any kind of abnormal behavior, but he's off the charts on every aspect of developmental milestones. He has something, he's 5 months ahead, according to the nurse. And with others, he's 2 years behind. And it's absolutely fine. He's such a proud and fabulous member of his early childhood community. Teachers love him. He's a great kid, and it's absolutely fine. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that what critical theories really do, just to also continue with what Ibuvina said for me, is they not only help us to look at the broader picture and look at the discourses and ideology and the policies and everything, but also they, I think, help us to elevate from those kind of really first-planned concerns that we may have, both as a teacher as parents, if something doesn't go as planned. They help us to challenge those things that there is a problem and we need to act. It helps us to think that, but what if everything is actually okay and if the child is happy? What if things are as they should be? And it's just our sort of thinking that's, anyway. I don't know if it makes sense, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that that critical theories really help us to, I think from my perspective, as a teacher, critical theories help me to be a better teacher and help me to a better pedagogue and help me to really help me to know what's right and what's wrong, help me to worry less, but also help me to get really concerned when about things that potentially the management or ministry didn't want me to be concerned about. Mm-hmm. So it goes both ways. Mm-hmm.
I think in a multicultural country like Indonesia, it also helps you to navigate your teaching when you are dealing with children from marginalized background, like street children, for example. Those knowledge about critical theories really help you to deal in a situation, I think. Ya. Oke, masih ada yang mau ditanyakan? Barangkali satu pertanyaan terakhir.
Bun.
Iya, silakan, Pak.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prof. Marek Tessar. Thank you, Bunda Vina. I have no question, but I want to say thank you so much. I'm very grateful for today and yesterday can join your class. We learned about children construct, critical theory. That before I think sometimes I feel distant from philosophy and critical education. Even though we are much with it and can contribute to change the social inclusion. And I personally think that this material, this subject, this lesson make me mind-blowing, Prof. Make me mind-blowing. We, in this class, we not only talk about a classroom. For kindergarten, we talk about a global issue, how to the teacher have the highest capacity to change the world and education. And we talk about children right and another. And once more, I just want to say thank you for you and Bunda Vina for this class, for amazing, grateful class. Thank you.
You are so kind. Thank you so much, Ibu Fatia, and thank you. It's all thanks to Ibu Vina. She's just amazing lecturer and professor who is really trying to do the best for Indonesia and for her students and for everybody around her. And I think we're all grateful that we are with her. And I think you're absolutely correct when you say that what critical theories do. And what they allow us to do and what they offer us, and they're not easy. It is really mind-blowing to think because in a certain way, traditionally teachers are supposed to just stay in their classroom and think about who they teach right in front of them and not to deal with the bigger issues. But we all know that as a teachers, we are dealing with the bigger issues and we do need to deal with the bigger issues. And we have not only, our children, we have all children, we have a commitment to a profession, we have a commitment to our colleagues and to the struggle that exists. I think that one of the things that really made a difference, massive difference in past years, was the social media allowed to share stories of so many teachers so quickly, of the working conditions and the struggles that they have and how they can connect and support each other. And I often think that that's one of the great blessings of time of social media. There are a lot of horrible things about social media, but this is one of the really good things about people feeling connected and being part of the larger community. And critical theory always helps us to really scale it up and extend it conversation. And I know that this is not a goodbye. I know that Ibu Vina will, for sure, we can discuss later on with her, invite me hopefully again, and to continue some of these conversations. But I think that it's you guys are amazing and you're doing such a great work. And I think thank you for your kind words and for the questions. And it's I think it's really important to just to remember that it's a journey to be learning. That if you don't understand something, it doesn't mean that you should give up. It's something that requires you to read a little bit more, return back to it at some point. Maybe you just need to talk about it with one of your friends and to sort of try to understand. I often think that education is not a rocket science. You need to read it and you need to have an intellect, but you also need to have a heart in the right place, and you need to have an open mind to understand it, and then you'll be successful. And I'm just very grateful that I could spend these Wednesdays with you. I wish it was in person, as I always say, but I'm grateful for this as well. Thank you, Ibu for inviting me.
Thank you so much, Professor Tessar. And I understand it's almost late at night in your time, so we don't want to keep you any longer, but we still have some programs with you, if it is okay with you, Professor Tessar. Maybe it's not as intimate as this class because it's going to be an open lecture, but I'm sure the students will have more opportunity to discuss with you. And as you said, your lecture, I see this as a kind of invitation for the students to rethink more about the meaning of childhood, and also early childhood education. So thank you very much. I know you are very, very busy, but thank you very much for spending your time. And I think everyone, we should give a big round of applause for Professor Tessar, who has been so kindly spending his time with us and also explaining all the details, all the difficult stuff for us. So give us a big round of applause for Professor Tessar.
You're very kind. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ibu Vina, again. Terima kasih. Terima kasih, everyone. And I'm just a Zoom call away at the moment, so just feel free to stay in touch. And thank you so much. And we will connect soon. All the best and take care. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Bye.
Take care. Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Ya, baik ya, Ibu Bapak semua ya, silakan nanti saya akan minta PPT-nya ya untuk kemudian dipelajari lebih lanjut, dan untuk besok kita bertemu 9.30 untuk kelas penulisan akademik ya. Itu saja barangkali, silakan selamat beristirahat, sampai jumpa besok. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore.
Waalaikumsalam.
Telemarket kota. True color muncul langsung.
Jadi true color itu teh meskipun ku isa teu dibuka aplikasina cicing di dieu. Engke mun aya nu nelpon sesuai dengan true color.
Biasa nganggo aplikasi normal, biasa nganggo true color engke fasilitas ngatur SMS nu kara itu.
Oh,
kan hari di Truecaller mah bebarengan jeung batur di tandaan nu sering teleponan nu spam nu kitu teh
nu mana kirina?
naon
Oh iya tas siga ieu spam.
nya eta kan dinamaan langsung itu teh
Tapi
batur
nami
oge
Wildan Uwe,
ngalaporkeun.
nami Wildan Uwe teh aya kan di batur?
Ya, teu ieu kan ngan nu muncul ieu tadina teh teu aya nomoran di urang muncul namana
Tah siga Elfrida Gimul.
nya tinggal premium
Saha?
nya ieu premium
Habis
Truecaller na
mayar.
nya henteu
Maksudna teh naon?
atuh nehangan bajakan loba
Ari Isa ieu naon?
eta mah biasa
Bedana naon engke?
di-update terus-terusan eta nama-nama spam nya saya orang pasangkan jadi tinggali jadi itu kudu diangkat langsung di blok gitu.